Fuck, what am I doing? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. All right. Hopefully my sound is good this morning. So, and YouTubers, just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Maybe somebody in YouTube can just pop in and say you guys can hear me. All right, guys. Now, just a quick answer to 161. Okay, all this is my pre-market act is up and down. Okay, thank you, Oz, in our YouTube room. Give me one moment, and I'll show you how you can have it the same as what I've got on my screen. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link. This is for 161. Who's new? Just scroll down. Custom scans. Here are my custom my scans. Pre-market actives up and down. That's where these are. Okay. Well, I go into this in a lot more detail at about 10 o'clock, but just to quickly show you where I'm getting this. Okay, thanks, YouTubers. So what is happening this morning? AIP. It's funny. We don't have a monster one this morning. Monster. Normally we've got a few that are way over 100% up. Only 58% up for AIP. So AIP is up because it's an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Lot of earnings plays. Look at I won't be able to show you all of them. I can't, they won't fit on my monitor. All these earnings plays. Palantir, of course, everybody knows about Palantir. Another all-time high now for Palantir, PLTR. All-time high after earnings up 6.8%. Big move, 2.1 billion in the float. That is a big move. Joby continues, guys. This is just on a mission. Seriously, leader in its sector, leader in the sector, in my opinion. Talking about this one for quite a while now. JLBY. SMXT, I think. No, this is a buyout, okay? STAA is a buyout. STAA is a buyout. SMXT is not. SMXT is not an earnings play. Landing stock roars or soars, $127 million battery storage contract. What's the float in this one? That's a low float too. Pretty low float. 24 million in the float. That's obviously a big contract for these guys at 51%. It was having a little bit of a pop. I don't know if it's well. First of all, let me talk about DOCN. This is definitely an earnings play. DOCN is an earnings play. Nice. Look at this. Wiping all this out on the daily chart. On the weekly chart, we're getting into there's a high right there of 3060. If it takes that out, the next high is 3233. So there is some room for this one to move a little bit more if it wants to. DOCN. DOCN is an earnings play. So LIDR had a little bit of a move. This has been thumped hard over the last little while. Financing here, earnings here, trying to make a bit of a comeback, saying they're going to be participating in a JP Morgan auto conference. Lobo, LOBO, LOBO. Okay, so this one now, I'm just seeing it now because my minimum here is $1. So I'm just seeing it now. So it's a dissolve. So yes, 2 days ago, it did get up to 127. I don't remember that day. Well, look where it closed at. And then So this is on Friday, hit up to 127, but it closed down here at 78 cents. Another little move down yesterday, trying to get over a dollar again, and that is Lobo, Lobo. So this is an earnings play, guys. Castle Biosciences. This is an earnings play. CSTL. Pretty low float, 26 million in the float. Let's see what sort of room it's got. I don't know. Looking at the daily chart, it might stumble in certain areas. So I'm not that wild about this one. It just happens to be top of the earnings play list at 23%. Not a lot of volume yet. This one, AMRC. Yeah, so I looked at this one because it's through the 200-day moving average. AMRC is through the 200-day moving average. So there is that going for it, working all this out on the daily chart. On the weekly chart, yeah, in fact, it's sort of the highs in the weekly. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this one go? So on a monthly chart, you're looking at 20. So there's a little bit of room on a monthly chart. The high right there is 22. Yeah, so it's got a little bit of room to the high in that monthly chart anyway. This has been on a run. KTOS, Fence stock. This is right there is the all-time high right there. So it's right at the all-time high, and I has earnings coming up August 7th. Has earnings coming up August 7th. That is with KTOS. Hearing UMAC. UMAC is making a little bit of a move here. I love the name. Unusual Machines. Now this one has got some room, guys. Probably have to watch this UMAC to see how it opens. The next high in the daily chart is up here at around 11.23, so it's over a dollar on a $10 stock. So there is definitely room on UMAC if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance in terms of it maybe moving up, and that is UMAC. Joby, guys, another high here. So what do they do? They had another press release trading higher for the company announced a joint venture with, you don't know who these guys are, ANA Holdings to deploy over 100 Joby aircraft with a new air taxi ecosystem in Japan. So probably a Japanese company. This is their electric vehicle takeoff and landing, vertical takeoff and landing, sorry. Well, okay, EVGO. So this is an earnings play also, guys, but look at this. It's getting right into the 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? 200-day moving average. The number is actually 413, so it's a little bit above it, just a little bit above it. Declining 200-day moving average. Next high looking left is around 420. It's on the daily chart, and on the weekly chart, same thing. Takes that out. Yeah, it's got room on a weekly chart. It's got room. 470 is the next high. So if EVGO wants to really get going, it has still some room. It doesn't pull back much. I'm free to ask. Okay. Binny. I saw this one yesterday. BINI. Guys, EVGO now it's taking out that high. That's 420 high. It's right there again. 420 high again right here. See on the weekly chart, 420, right at that high now. That was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was a reverse split yesterday. Okay. The KTOS, I don't know if there's any trading higher after the company announced it has partnered with High Sky to enable the delivery of High Sky satellite network services. So that is, so there is some news for Trade Health. And this is an all-time high now for KTOS. Boy, I remember the stock way back down here. So I didn't see the email I spam, but more than likely it was something like this. So the little buy flags on the trade wave, the little buy flag here. I'm not saying this is yesterday though. This is today, obviously, but I guess yesterday maybe Cassie had a little buy flag at 145. These are trade wave. These are this what you're seeing here. This wave here, what we call trade wave. You see a little buy flag. So obviously something happened yesterday for Cassie. They don't all keep going higher, of course, if you get a buy flag. I'm assuming that's what they were. So if you want trade wave on your screen, okay, on your chart. First of all, Iceman, can you hear what I'm saying? And I'm going to show you what to do. Calling Iceman. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is on your chart, you have to right click and you should see an option when you right click on the chart, use browser interface. Okay. If it is not checked, you can see exactly what I'm pointing at. If it is not checked, then check it. Okay. Use browser interface. Check it. I'll wait. Let me, so you can tell me that you've done it. Man, on guys, this was a big disaster yesterday that I didn't get into. This is an earnings call yesterday. Wondering what it might do today. Maybe trying to have a bit of a comeback. So Iceman, were you able to do that? Right click on the chart, find the option when the pop up happens. Use browser interface, and you just check that. There's another step afterwards. I'm just wanting to know if you found that. SMXT guys, yeah, SMXT. So through the 200-day moving average, oh, so you know how to bring the trade wave up. Okay, well, I didn't know that, Iceman. I thought you were starting from completely from scratch. So well, you won't get an alert. Okay, there's no alert yet. I know they're trying to down the road, trying to make it so that we can actually get an like the buy flag alert when it happens. So if that's what you're asking, can't do it. The way I use it is not so much for the alerts, but to keep me in trades. Okay, using the wave to keep me in trades. When I click on a symbol and I happen to maybe I do catch like right there. There's a little sell flag there. And I'm going to sell it right now. No, but at least I'm aware of it. But there's no way to have like a real time alert when the buy or the sell flag shows up. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys, 9:15. So big day in the market yesterday. I want to see what's happening with XLE, the energy sector. And the energy sector is still, well, drifting away from that 200-day moving average still. XLV, just want to see if it's getting, well, at least it had a little bit of a pop. So the last 2 days, but it's still well below the 200-day moving average. XLB, I think, was another one that was below. Yeah, XLB, but trying to get back into it. So we've got three sectors now still below the 200-day moving average. Some of them, communications are getting, well, okay, it was running down. I guess really had a pop, like most of the stocks in the market yesterday. So, Iceman, if you are around tomorrow, the CEO, Dan, will I have to check that, but he's been doing a YouTube stream, okay, at noon Eastern time, and you can ask him that very question. How close are we to getting the actual alert for the buy flag? Well, I do find the wave good in order to keep me in a trade. I happen to have taken a trade, okay, and I just sort of track the wave until it changes colors. So I'll attempt like anything to keep in the trade. I may take some off at various points, but as long as the wave is still the trend is still up, or if I'm shorting something, the trend is down, that helps me keep in the trade. But I use a 5 and 15, actually a 5 in a chart. You're going to see once I, and it's up to you, of course. I use a 5 and a 15, but I also have my daily chart up. I don't use it on a daily chart. But typically, it's the 5 minute chart that I follow. I'll have another layout once the market opens, but that's up to you, of course, whatever time frame you're comfortable with. There's no there's no absolute rule that says, well, you must use a 2 minute or a 3 minute or a 5 or a 10 or a 15, whatever you are comfortable with. Well, guys, okay, SOUN, okay, it'll be earnings, not a couple of days from now. SOUN, having a little bit of a pop. The next high is 1128. If it can take that out, that could be interesting. Okay, if it can take out this 1120, we'll put a price of it right around there, 1129. See if SOUN can take that out, because if it can, the next high is 1224. So there is a lot of room if it can take it out. Downtown AI announces three major global automotive brands. Okay, NVIDIA kind of dumped them. Was that the big news about them years ago, or last year, 2 years ago, that they were? But I thought NVIDIA cut the tide. Maybe I'm wrong. QS, guys, QS is now 939. Boy, if it takes that out, 1099. So I'm going to put a price right up in this area. In case it does. Now, understand, when I put a price there, it doesn't mean if it triggers, I just immediately take the trade. Okay. Yeah. Well, if you're asking me about what I think the earnings are going to be for SMCI, of course, Honestly, I have no idea. I don't I don't take you're right, it's, post-market after hours today. So I don't take trades based on what I think might happen in, earnings. Okay, Art, if that is your question, you're probably I mean, 2 days ago, we had a couple of downturns. Yesterday, not bad. The high up here is, 62, but I never take a trade through earnings. Never, never, never. All right, guys, 9:21. So I got caught a little bit late yesterday, so not today. So what I'm going to do now is get the layout that I'm using once the market opens up and running. Guys, so I'm going to, this is, okay, now I'm going to load the layout I use once this market opens. I have to rephrase it. I'm going to use the layout that I use 9:30 on. Sorry about that. Sorry, I had myself on mute. Um, yeah, so the question was about earnings. So yeah, I mean, I it's not so much I trade earnings plays, if but I won't trade through earnings. How's that? So I'll know about them. I look at earnings plays for me, anything released after hours yesterday. So let's say Monday afternoon, Monday after hours, and of course this morning before the market opens. But it's not like I'm concentrating specifically on earnings plays, but I will not hold the stock. I will not hold the stock through earnings ever. Okay, well, Scott, first, did you, what time is it now? 9:25. Did you go through the videos? Okay, the short videos to get you started. When you want, I mean, I could even give you this layout if you wanted. It'll look very similar to what you see on the screen, but you should know how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, and how to create a layout and save it. If you've gone through the 8 short videos. Okay. Best thing to do is do that, Scott, okay? Because there's yeah, I mean, there's a learning it's a software program, like I say it every time. It is a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, but if you do this first, okay, click on my homepage link and then go to the education section right here, and then getting started with trade ideas, okay? Short videos. You might not have to do the download and install. You probably already have already done that. But the 8 short videos, what is a top list? What's an alert window? Why would I use one over the other? Charts. It'll go over a lot of the very basic things like what you just asked. You should do that first. I know it's I know everybody wants to get started immediately. Like I don't want to read the manual. You don't have to read the manual. You don't have to read the manual. But what we tried to do in those short videos is at least get you started. Okay, are you here? I'm afraid to ask. All right, guys. So we've got. Oh, yeah, I've already gone over the several of the major sectors to see where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average. So now I'm just going to wait the market to open. So what you're seeing here, these are the top six. Remember, I had the pre-market actives up. The same, basically the same, except I've limited it to the top six. What you saw before was the top five, the top 15. It looks like a buyout. Yeah, why not? Buyout. Now, I remember I dismissed the buyout by steel case yesterday, which was an all cash transaction though. Big difference, okay? The buyout with SCS yesterday was a cash and stock transaction. This is all cash. So more than likely, this is not going to move like steel case did yesterday. And how's HNI? HNI are the ones buying steel case. 1 minute already. Keeping up on me. Okay, yeah, 30 seconds. Okay, guys, yeah, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. We try to let things settle down. I'm going to see things here that are probably going to run immediately, but I'm we don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I am prepared for that psychologically. To miss something that just keeps running. Because I've been hit too many times trying to time something right on the open and pops and then it drops and pops drops. So For me, I'm not saying that's what everybody should do, but that's what I do. I don't think I mentioned the Sandex here. Did I? SNDX is an earnings play. Yeah, Syndax. Actually, oh yeah, I didn't mention this because I saw. So it's an earnings play, but also this BTIG group. Hard to believe, isn't it? They've raised their target from 43 to 56. The stock's at 12. Okay. Yeah, I'm afraid to ask though. You know what I want to ask, I think. Yeah, so I mean, there's some pretty lofty price target. Don't be afraid. Wayfair was an earnings play yesterday, guys. Wayfair was an earnings play. Okay, good. There's a little now this one PLTU. Yeah. So if you think Palantir PLTR earnings play today, okay. Now if you thought it was going to continue to rip, you could buy this one. This is an ETF specifically designed for Palantir, like so many stocks now. So you could buy this one and you'll get double the move. But if Palantir drops a percent, this is going to drop 2%. So you understand what that means, a double the move. But if you thought Palantir was going to keep moving, and pretty good. I mean, it's just starting out is certainly good enough liquidity. Not, I'm not suggesting you do this, but just showing you what because it was showing up here. And here's another one. This is probably yeah. So Amazon did not has not had a. Let me daily chart a little to. So, so Amazon, when was earnings? Yeah. Well, at any rate, they've had a bad 2 days. Even yesterday, when the market ripped, look at where it closed. Starting to recover a little bit today for Amazon. But this is another way. Again, if you thought Amazon was going to recover at all, ANZU, two times the move. So if you look at Amazon right now, it's probably up 1.3%. All right, guys, SMXT. This was the one, yeah, $127 million contract, EPS, APC contract. Spread over how many years, but still, that's a eye-catching headline and through the 200-day moving average. That's right. I think I went through this exercise. So the high, yeah. So I mean, if it the high right there in the monthly chart looks like around at 191, but I'd probably wait for a two break anyway, a whole number break. You're giving up a little, but there's still room on the monthly chart anyway to 269 on the monthly chart. You're giving up a little bit, but one who doesn't like to take a trade until it's broken that whole number if it's close. That's just me, okay? I'm not. It is not anything I'm suggesting you do too, but it's just me. 100%, Scott. Yeah, if we look, yeah, it's 100% correlation, really. What do they say about Amazon? AMZN, okay? AMZN should be up about 148. So AMZU is double that. It should be about double that, okay? So that should, I mean, it's changing, of course, but there, it's a direct correlation. Yeah, double. Okay, definitely a direct correlation. Oh, now INSP. I am okay, guys. Yeah, I don't know. It might be a little late, but I want to find today's ON. Okay, ON was just awesome all day long. It kept moving down all day long on earnings. I mean, yeah, if we maybe move too much, it's already down 37%. But I love these analysts. I mean, here's RBC cutting the price target from 215 to 180. I mean, it's at 80 now. What do they expect? To hold on till it hits 180? You're welcome, Scott. All right, so this is an IPO from yesterday, I guess, Ruby, and didn't do too well. Got up to 668, closed down here. It is a little bit above now, yesterday's close. That's RUBI. I meant to mention FIG here because okay, it's having a little bit of a bounce. Interesting is that yesterday there were shorts available, interactive brokers, a ton of them, about 800,000 available. I checked this morning and there were about 120,000 available, which means that there was a lot of people at interactive brokers and probably anybody who had shorts available holding on. But I've noticed that there's been some short covering now at interactive brokers because now there's 237,000 left. So maybe a little bit of short covering on this move. But I do have a price clear down here at around 83.67. I think this was nonsense that it got here at 142. All right, I haven't looked at these. So these are the halts so far today. FTCI got halted on the way down. Okay. CLDI got halted on the way down. And BRBR got halted on the way maybe up. Maybe up. This is an earnings play. Okay. Actually, an earnings play. You don't often see stocks $42 being halted and their volatility halts. So here now, FTCI just opened. Take a look at the arrow, AYRO halted. Another one halted on the way down. Hmm. Hopefully nobody's in that one. I'm going to flash this screen on for you. This blue screen is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, it is time and sales from. Look, keep an eye on UMAC, guys. UMAC is popping right now. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. The blue screen you see here. This is the alt price. You can see the symbol, but it is the AYRO. This column, that's a pretty devastating if we're in this one. This is trying to tell you where it could open, but notice how it's changing as we speak. That if it was going to open at 450, and it doesn't have to open at 570 either. Over the course of 5 minutes, typically they are 5 minute halts. This number will change. You see, and now it's changing, but so far it's still below the halt price, which makes sense because it got halted on the way down. Anyway, I just mentioned UMAC, guys. UMAC, UMAC, the unusual machine. Uh, Yeah, wow. Took that out. I forgot to put a price alert there. I know I talked about it in the free market because that price alert right there. I'm not saying would have, immediately would have taken the trade. It's a little early for me, but here's your next buy, almost $1 away. Okay, guys, just checking some of my thumbnail charts now. That INSP just maybe too far gone. I don't think the ON was quite as far gone yesterday. So again, if you're looking for the more like the super active ones, the ones that can have the up 20% and more, this momentum span will show you those. I'm sort of not really following them as much. I'm going to wait for the gap continuation or reverse to start filling up. Going to get a lot today, I'm sure. Probably too many, but nothing happens until at least quarter to 10, okay? Put a 15-minute delay on it. There's the SMXT, yeah. Now, that red line there, that's the next high on the daily chart. So we've already looked at that. 127, I mean, it's an eye-catching press release, and it's not a huge slope. 21 million have traded. I'm sorry. Look at the relative volume. So 110, wow, 110 million have traded. That is 21,000 times normal. 21,000 times normal up to this time of day. That's what that relative, now it's going to drop, as the day progresses because there's all sorts of action right off the bat. But it's still going to be an astonishing relative volume for it today. That is the SMXT. So someday in this month, back in December of 2024, someday in that month, it was the high. So there was still 264. I know I went over this. 264 is the next high looking left. Okay, on a daily, on sorry, on a monthly chart. Monthly chart. I mean, it's an eye-catching headline. Good to hear, Laura Keeney in our YouTube room. Hmm. All right, another halted on the way up or halted on the way down. CWD. Okay, halted on the way up. Now, this one, I mean, this one in theory, there's the halt for CWD at 329. Here is your potential open. You can see it's probably starting to drift down a little bit more to that 329, but it looks like it certainly will open above 329. So if you're in this one, luckily, but you see how it's drifting down. I did not think it would open at 380, but you can see it's starting to drift down towards the halt price. Hey guys, well there goes that SMXT. There, I didn't take it. I'm gonna lie and say I took it, but the SMXT is just a little early for me. I was actually thinking maybe it would pull back a bit, but doesn't look like it's going to. This is what I was talking about. I'm going to miss the ones that really rip in the first 15 minutes. But that news, eye catching. $127 million contract, definitely eye catching. No float. No, nothing. I don't have a float. I think it's between $1 and $60, something like that. Okay, we're starting to get some now, guys. We're starting to get some, but I don't have any float data. I don't care about the float. If it's moving, I don't care if it's a monster float or a low float. You can have it, like Art. If you take a look at it, you can see what I'm using. if you load it. Actually, none of my scans have float information in it, okay? I mean, most of the time, any stock in here or here, for a stock to move 20%, it's probably gonna have to, in a 5-minute period, probably has to be a pretty low float. But I don't wanna miss something that happens to be 100,000,000 in float that's really moving. So I don't even use the float information anymore. But that's not I always have to say, this is not a recommendation to do that also. It's just it doesn't matter to me anymore so much. Christopher, this is an earnings play, guys, so this has got some room, up to $60 approximately. So this has got some room. The RSP, it is down for the day. So it's what we call a gap down and reversal type play. Okay. So right off the bat, good one, guys. If you took this one, SMXT, and what did I say? I think 262 or so, or 260. I think that was the next high in a monthly chart. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, but now let's take a look at the market. What is the market doing? So the SPY's up a little. Dow is up a little, and the Qs are up a little. So nothing dramatic. Now, Qubit, I forgot to mention this one in the pre-market. I think they had some news. Yeah, they had after U.S. Department of Commerce National Institute of Standards and Technology awards the company with a TFL, a Teflon photo photonic chip contract. A mouthful. And that's the reason for QUBT being up. Your next high, looking left, is got room. A little bit of room, guys. 1719 or so is the next high looking left. Speaking of Dan is an earnings play coming right into that high, right there. Okay, right into it. Dan is an earnings play. If it pops through that, 1712 is the next high. And see the arrow did open. No, the CWD, that's what I'm waiting on. The CWD. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, guys. Typically, they're 5-minute halts. You can see it got halted at 9:43. So we're already at past 9:48 and 8 seconds. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. All right. The other one I look at is Pepe's combo scan on my other monitor. There, and it just triggered on the DOCN. Now, through that high right there, that was wouldn't have taken it unless it breaks that. But let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? The next high is 32.35. So I mean, it's a little close. That next high, it can take that out. Then it's got about $1 to the next high in the weekly. That doesn't mean it's going to stall there at all. Okay, but that is the next high. It's it got up to 32.25, and that right there is 32.33. So it almost got there. All right, now this is a gap down and go. Okay, VOYG is a gap down, and it's geez, I gotta stop talking. Oh man, that I was all set to get it at 80 cents. It's now 33. I mean, I'm talking about obviously 34.80. Ah, kind of a all-time low now. All-time low for VOYG. showed up here, guys, is what I'm actually more looking at the shorts than the longs in this scan. So anything in orange is a short, potential short. Anything in yellow is a potential short also. Mm, that would have been great. Uh, Now, if you're looking for longs, of course, I mean, here's a gap up and go. TDW is through that high right there. The red line is the next high on a daily chart. If I had a daily chart up and running and I scrolled all the way back, I would see a high. But this allows me not to have to do that. It just tells me where the next high is on the daily chart, that red line. Ugh, that was the one so far, guys. The VOYG short. Market is, just kind of hopping around a little bit here, just barely up from yesterday's close, the high anyway. Look at the Dow, just barely up, and the Qs. Ooh, again, Pepe Scan is giving us this one, TDW, but again, look at the next high looking left. For me, it's just too close. Okay, yeah, you guys were talking about the Bini, BINI. Yeah, so this was a reverse split, I guess, yesterday. It was doing a crazy thing. Yeah, yeah, it's probably because of the servers, because I'm probably missing them too. I'll miss, unfortunately, as crazy as it sounds, if a stock resumes and then it gets halted almost immediately, say, I think I'm going to say within 45 seconds, I will not see it. Some of you on another server, though, will. I don't use it, level two at all, Scott. Yeah, I mean, it's just when I like to flash the screen up when a stock is halted to show people where it could open. That's all. All right, guys, this Cupid's getting really close to that high, that weekly high, 1718, 1702. If it breaks through that, we've got a lot of room on a weekly chart for QUBT, and it did have some room winning some kind of a contract. Okay, the price goes right there at 1722 and see if it takes that out. Because sure, I'm giving up a bit, but if it takes that out, look left, a lot of room still. Okay, this is an earnings play also, the CWK, so you can see what's happened. That's what we can say, right? So there's the 200-day way down here, so it broke above it, but it's trying to sort of, this is what we call a gap up and potential reversal. Okay, guys, OGN. This is a gap up and big reversal, and it's actually gone super negative now. Probably an earnings play, yes. And it's not quite a lifetime low. Yeah, you can see right there, there's 883 right there, 877 takes that out. Underneath, they're gone at about down to 820. So there is room underneath, guys, for OGN. Yeah, I took it, and I'm going to have a pretty tight stop on it. See if like, this may hold it, but I'm in the OGN short. Right there down here, see if I can reduce it down like just a little bit, like that little area. All right, another one. BRBR, gap down and go through really chart. I keep thinking that's the 200 day moving average, but so this is a gap down and go, guys. Gap down and going so far. Okay, we're gonna go over this scan in a bit. Another. Oh, it's already come across this today. So OGN is right where I shorted it. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see if I can have a move down to maybe the 60s, and then from there. Oh, I do everything manually, Scott. Everything manual. And I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Rarely. So what you don't see is I have this on my other monitor now. Okay, what you don't see, I have a thumbnail chart on my other monitor, and that's where I'm following it. I just like to, again, old school, I guess. Nothing wrong with putting stops in, auto stops. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't typically do it because I can pay attention. If I were in, five stop or five at a time, there's no way I could do that, of course. But I've never been one to have so many so many open trades at the same time. MWA. Okay, well, this could be another one. Amazing how many are close to that the next guy looking left on the daily chart somewhere. No, there isn't Dragon. There's no way. I mean, that hopefully that will come at some point in the future, but there was no way to have an alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. Okay. You know what? Tomorrow, Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be in a YouTube stream starting at noon, and you can ask him that question. When do you think? Okay. All right. OGN, a little bit of a move down. Oh, at 10 o'clock, let me just check the economic calendar. I put this up here, guys. The economic calendar, what's happening today. Obviously, I copied some stuff from Iran or something, but oh, I actually copied way too much. Well, anyway, at 10 o'clock, let's see if anything was happening at 10 o'clock. Sorry, I thought there was stuff happening at 10 o'clock. I thought it was more like 9:45. Yeah, there's no private messaging, guys. Sorry. Mm-mm. We've never had, well, if it was a mistake, it was a mistake if there was. No, from yesterday, guys. I was waiting for this user to USAR to take this out yesterday. It didn't do it. It's this area right there. And yeah, it has room for 16. This is rare USAR, rare earth minerals or metals. So if you're looking for pullback plays, okay, in fact, this one I'm going to sort on a different, sort on the position in the day's range. If you're looking for pullback plays, a couple ways you can do it. Now I've sorted on the position in the day's range. So when you 95%, if that's at 100%, that would mean that CWD is right at the high of the day. So anything less, obviously it's close to the high of the day. Look at AIP as an example, 65%. So you can click on AIP and you can see what's happening. Now, is it pulling back to an area like, for instance, some of you love the VWAP. What if it was pulling into that purple line there, which is the VWAP, and maybe that acts as support, okay? Or maybe you have a moving average that you like that act as support, and maybe it bounces off. That's how you can kind of look at this. This is what these numbers. Look at the YMAV. I meant YMAV. I think is a buyout though. Yeah. So here's ST8. This is a buyout also, SCAA. But if you see a negative number here, like here we are, SMXD negative. So what that means is that it's so positive for the day because it's green. You can see it's very positive for the day, but it's pulled back in a 5 minute period. Within a 5 minute period, it was pulling back, and look what it's doing. I mean that VWAP is at 193, so got very close to the U.S. area. So if you're that sort of a player looking for pullbacks into areas that you like, that's how you can use it. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:06. So I'm going to go over my homepage, show you all the information that's on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently showing. The ones that I'm talking about a lot, the ones you can see, and a couple that you can't see. I'm not hiding them on purpose. I just don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. So if you use this promo code, Barry15, 15, you'll get 15% 15 off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. So all I ask, use my code, whatever the code is. It'll change from time to time. Because if you use my code, the company tracks the codes. And if they see people using my code enough, they'll keep this room free. That's simple. Scrolling down, talking about keeping it simple. You can get the trade of the week. It is sent to you for free. You just have to sign up for it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, say, hey, where is it? Please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. The education section is here. First thing to do, mandatory, okay? You must do the Get Started with Trade Ideas. I mentioned this before. It's a software program. Of course, there's a bit of a learning curve. So what we try to do in these short videos is get you started as quickly as you can. You have to do this. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about, I don't know enough about this program. I don't know if it's the right fit for me. Well, you can take a look at these videos. Don't look at the first one, but the following ones, and that might give you an idea about whether or not Trade Ideas is the right program for you before you take a subscription. Now, the monthly subscription is just month to month. You can even if you go through this and you think, yeah, I'd really like to try it, but within a month, if you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, all free. If you're new to trading. Go over this too, because if you're going to if you're going to come into the main room, for those of you in YouTube, there's nothing wrong with staying in YouTube. But, the main room has more action. There are more traders in the main room. Just save my link, okay, and then you click on this. Join now, okay. It's free, of course, but you have to sign in every day. You can't sort of save a link. Say my link, but you've got to. I have to do the same thing every day. Now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So here are the ones that you can actually see. The ones I'm sharing on the monitor. This is the biggest change in 5 minutes. It could be up, it could be down, okay? This one, when you load it, is the 2 minute, could be up, could be down. But notice that you can sort on different column headers. And I'm choosing to sort on the position in the range. I want to see the stocks that are maybe close to the high of the day, or maybe they pull back a little bit. This is the momentum scan right here. Now, your momentum scan will look more like this in terms of repeating the symbol over and over every time. This is my gap continuation or reversal scan. What I've done for me, you don't have to do the same thing, as I said, only show me every time it makes a new high every 5 minutes. So you see, this is every time this is making a new low, it's going to show me, show me, show me, show me. So there's nothing wrong with keeping it the way it's when you load it, but I've just decided I only want to see them every 5 minutes. It's not a 5 minute delay. Okay, it just means that. So, for instance, the CWD 1009. If in fact it was a new high of the day at 1014 plus 16 seconds, it will show up here, and that's a real time alert. Okay, there's sound SOUN. I put a price alert. Well, let me keep going. Not happening. All right, OGN going to work for me a little bit more. So the gap continuation or reversal scan is here. This is the one that I pay attention to all day long. And we call the Pepe's combo scan is here. Okay, and you don't get too many alerts in it today, usually, but there are a lot of alerts today, comparatively speaking. We call it the Pepe combo scan. Pepe, I had these two separate option activity in the 10-day daily break. I had them separate. And I noticed that if the same symbol showed up in both, it could be quite powerful. So Pepe found a way in which we could combine the two scans so that we didn't have to check, okay, is you and the abnormal option activity, and also in the 10-day daily break, this automatically tells me that it is. So those are the scans that I'm sharing. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down, okay? So demonstrating the power of trade ideas. Yeah, it's a CWD nonstop now. Yeah. So I mean, there's one. There is one that amazing move. Remember when it was halted at what, three something? I don't think it exploded out of the halt the first time anyway. And it's not a crazy low float. It's 22 million in the float. But I'm happy enough to be in my boring little OGN short. So how I use the trade, and I'm going to go over what I consider is the power of trade ideas for those of you who are new. So you can see how trade wave, it's still orange, okay? Now, I'd like to see the a little bit narrower, but this is keeping me in the trade. At some point, I'll probably take some profit, and then I will not get out of the trade within reason, unless I get a transition from orange to blue, within reason. Thank you, Dee. No, you just have to listen to me, Art. I don't tell anybody what to trade or anything, but I said I took this trade, OGN. Why did I take it? Because I liked it on the reversal. It was an all-time, getting close to an all-time low. If you're listening, my key words are, the guy's really interested in this. And then I told you I took the trade. Well, it just means that it's a little more. It's a kind of a good question. It's just I know when it's more narrow, it's easier to keep in the trade for longer. That's just what I've. Pepe probably knows exactly what this means, but it just allows me to keep in the trade a lot longer. There would have been a day in which I probably would have been out this whole thing at 860. Okay, or sorry, 870. On that little bit of a pop up. I'm in this at 879 on the short. Now that wouldn't have been that great, right? But this just allows me to hold on to the trade visually a lot longer. So it's not a matter of seeing a sell signal or a buy flag, really, for me. You can see there was a sell flag right at 9:30 though, but that's not what got me in. Okay, so I have covered some right in this area here. Okay, 860 area. I mean, still has room, I think, on the way down. I think, what did I see? Yeah, down to 823. Not saying it's going to get there. So is this a big rocket ship like CWD? No, but I'll take them. No, I'll take them. If you're new to trading, I mean, these are awesome when you're in on the right side. They're fabulous. Okay, but you've really got to you got to share size correctly. You got to know where you're going to put your stop and some of the things that move so rapidly. Believe me, I'll get back to doing some of these. We won't be in earnings season. I mean, this man is absolutely jam packed, but we have about and a lot of these in here are going to be earnings plays. So let me just want to demonstrate the power of trade ideas by using this momentum scan. Okay, I'm going to break this out. I'm going to take the this momentum scan. So in this scan, this is what I am looking for in this particular scan. So if the stock is between price range is between 1 and 100, the current volume is at least 20. That means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. And that's pretty. That's a lot. Okay. And we saw one that was about 20,000, but I mean that's pretty rare. But anyway, 20 is a lot. 500,000 shares minimum. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And then it's also got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we just saw CWD for stock. It's a real-time alert at 585. And again, if you load this, you'll see CWD over and over and over and over and over again as it kept making a new high. Nothing wrong with that. I just decided to show you how I did it, but sort of did to say, okay, I only want to see it every 5 minutes if it has made a high after 5 minutes. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. There are a lot of screening programs out there you can buy. But again, we take it one step further by being able to apply the values, these screening values, and if they're all satisfied, with a trigger. In this particular case, the trigger is a new high of the day. So screening, classic example of screening, people say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. In this particular case, show me the stocks that are moving the most within a 5 minute period. In this case, show me the stocks that are, near the high of the day. You can screen on different, I'll go back to the, well, I can't change it because I'm at this up. But, here we go. SMXT pulled back 7%. That's so in a 5 minute period, doesn't matter what direction, this is pulled back the most. CWD is still is up 19% in a 5 minute period. That's an example of screening. But again, we take it one step further. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. But if you want to make changes, of course you can. You might not like my price range. You may not like something else about it. Maybe you don't like the values, the values that I'm using here. You can always change them to maybe your style. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you have a filter that you love, you can add it. into it. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, I mentioned this is the trigger here. So if you want to build your own scan from scratch, I have a feeling that most people don't. They'd rather, we have a lot of built-in scans and you can have mine. But if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can do that. So I'm going to click on search. This is where it gets tricky when I'm trying to explain all this, because I think when people look at this, they think, oh man, this is way too complicated. I can't learn all these. Like, what are they? Well, first of all, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. The very top, two most popular ones, new high and the new low of the day. So as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down to these filters or these icons, these are the screeners, the filters that we've got. But don't get hung up on how many we've got. Think of it this way. When the company started 2,000 years ago, in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they said, okay, let's try to create as many real-time alerts and all those different filters or screeners so that for the majority of our customers, they can find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. What I did here is what I want to see. Think how much harder it would be if we said you've got to learn a programming language to do, even a basic scan. So don't get hung up on how many you've got. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I just use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That's it. It doesn't mean what I don't use is not good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all that means. Your trading style may be different. If you have any experience trading, you can scroll down and see what we got. And if you see something that you recognize that you do use in your trading, then try it. But please don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. And the other thing I always forget to do, welcome. If you're new to the room, because we also have a YouTube stream. If you're new to either the YouTube stream or the main room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Now, this week it's a little bit different. Chris Varley of Trade Ideas usually opens the room at around 7:30 in the morning, okay? Eastern time, of course. He's on vacation this week, so I'm opening the room sometime between 5 and 5:15. Why? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me to try to open the room at quarter to or 4:30. So, just for the balance of this week, the room will be open. I'm opening the room at about between 5 and 5:15. YouTube a little bit later. And then I go until about 2:30. I'll always say later if you have questions, but if you don't have any questions, I usually pack it up at about 2:30. It's up to you. How long you want how long you want me to stay around is really up to you after 2:30. And again, if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I in a trade, I need to pay 100% of 100% of the time looking at it. I will let you know, or I'm doing something else. But typically, I can answer questions all day long. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's my time, of course. So that's 8 to 8:15 Eastern. I'm sorry. That's my time. So yeah. So I open the room between 8 and 8:15. That's 5 o'clock my time. This was another awesome one, guys, that I didn't take. I was bound and determined to find today's ON, and here's another one I think is probably like the ON yesterday. I got down and go. The earnings play, more than likely, yes. See how many earnings plays there are. Earnings play. little gap down, and a little reversal. Well, I don't say I was wrong about the VOCN, but it didn't, it had no effect. So now here's the next high looking left. Yeah, from the Pepe scan, it was at 3168. Okay, the combo scan, 3168 was the alert, and we're now at 3336. So Poe again, selling early or getting out of a trade early, you again, you might want to just try watching the wave on whatever time frame you want. Just test it, and it might help you keep it. I would always take some profit, a little, along the way, probably if I had a little blip, just so that you then gives you the confidence that you can hold on a lot longer. Look at this one. Yeah, CWD. Always one, there's always one that does something crazy that you wonder like why. Reverse split. So this is interesting. When you look at the headline for I'm short this one. Remember, I'm short this one. Beats Q2 and revenue estimates. Beats it. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. If you had shown me that headline, somehow I could have a sneak peek into the future for OGN, and I knew that was going to be the headline because they released earnings this morning. Okay, and if you had told me that yesterday that was going to be the headline, you could have said to yourself, "Boy, I'm going to pile into this one." And look what happened. Doesn't matter sometimes. Just doesn't matter because that's a pretty positive looking headline. There might now there must be stuff buried in the in the release that's causing it to move down. But if I just showed you that headline, how many people would have said, "Oh, I'm taking that right now," yesterday before the market closes? See how the wave is still orange? Now, depends on the time frame too. I mean, no, I'll put it on if you want a 2 minute time frame. See, this is a little tighter, okay? A little bit tighter on the 2 minute time frame. It's not obviously I guess maybe obviously you can see right here, it's a little tighter than on the 5. See how broad that is? Uh, Boy, this DOCN, that was, you're looking for a long, that was really it. I mean, a little jog down here at the 935. After that, a little bit, it's not quite as smooth. Now you got these little areas that can knock you out of the trade. And it gets 33, 31, and it goes down to like a dollar. That's where you put your stop, of course. So had I been in this one, following the wave, and I was watching it, there's no question I would have taken some profit right here, but not get out of everything because the wave was still blue. You're not transition. The wave being blue, being still a pretty strong trend upward. I'm having to convert some U.S. to Canadian dollars, and I didn't want our dollar to gain against euros. So the other thing I do, guys, is I have this also up and running, the gap continuation or reverse DR. What does DR stand for? Don't repeat. So why do I do that? This tells me the first time of the alert, and that's all it's going to show me. So for instance, gap down and reverse for AL was at 1028. So 4 minutes ago, there was the price at 55.21. If I can click on this, and what did it do from there? So I had a little bit, but it didn't really reverse that much. As an example, the EPC gap down and go, 1957. So it's starting to move down. This is one I might get into. But let me explain this. Oh, look at OGN now. Thank you, D. So let me explain this scan. Now, how to put don't reverse on it if you want that. I have the reverse. I have the repeating version here, but I have the don't reverse here or don't repeat here. Okay, because sometimes you know I may miss one. And I look at this one and go, oh, did I miss it? Haven't at 1028. Click on it and see if it's really made a big move yet. So if you want to have the don't repeat version, what you have to do is duplicate the scan. Okay, duplicate it. You don't want to overwrite it. So duplicate the scan. Okay, and then you right click, go to properties, and don't repeat. And here are your options. So what I did in this scan, I said don't repeat for 5 minutes as an example. But in the don't repeat version of this gap continuation, I said don't repeat for a day. And then I just added the DR here, so I know that's a don't repeat. So you don't have to do it, but that's what I do. So what is the scan looking for? So you see, if I'm looking at this, I'm wondering, have I missed this one, ATKR? Have I really missed this one? Oh, loving it. So this is the repeating version, okay? This is the repeating version of that. So I look at this ATKR and I wonder, did I miss this one? So I just have to find it here, and I can see the alert was at 58.31. It's at 57.15. Maybe I haven't completely missed it. If that makes sense. So let's take a look at this scan and what it's actually looking for. Notice it says M in the upper left-hand corner. This is a multi-strategy window. Typically, a multi-strategy window is used if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor and you have several alert windows on your monitor. You can take them and put them in one screen, in one window. okay? And that's what I've done. Now, I have enough screen space, but what I like to do sometimes is put similar scans in a multi-strategy window. So these are all gap type scans. So if I right click, strategies, so there's a gap up and go. There's a gap up and go. So at the time of the alert, to stop at gapped up. And remember what the gap up is. The gap is the first trade of the day. So there's a minimum amount it has to be, my filters, a minimum dollar amount, and a minimum percentage amount. You can take a look at what I've done by hovering over it and then open the alert window. And that'll show you what each individual one of these is looking for. Gap down and reverse, start the gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was reversing. Gap up and reverse, gap up, and at the time of the alert, it was reversing. And then so far, the gap down and goes have been the good ones. Gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. That's what these are doing, and they're all color coded. So I know exactly what's happening just based on the color code. I don't even need the strategy name. I put it there just because when I'm doing this, presenting it to you guys, it obviously can help. But I know, and look at this, guys. I mean, this is turning into, quite frankly, an awesome trade based on a risk reward. I didn't know it was going to do this, but it's turning into an awesome short. My only trade of the day. Ooh, yeah, here's another one, AZTA. AZTA. It reminds me a little bit like the ON yesterday. ON yesterday had the gat down, and then it kind of popped a bit. And then after that, I'm not saying this is going to happen to the AZTA, but it moved down a lot. But the first thing I do before I do anything, of course, I want to look left. I can't see anything on on the daily chart. So I look at the weekly chart, and so the next low is 25.72. That's far enough away. That's over $2. Okay. Now I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least I know that I'm not going to have too much chart resistance if I want to short this one. That it could stall, 10 cents away. It could still stall for other reasons, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. No questions. Okay. I guess I'll pack it in, guys. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. No questions. So you don't need me around. So of course, but what time is it now? Actually, 10:39. So I do take a break around noon. I think it's still Steve. I think Steve will be in our YouTube room today. I shouldn't say Steve. Andy was yesterday. So what happens at noon between 12 and 1 Eastern time? One of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. While I take my break. Today's Tuesday. Usually is Steve's day, so but I'll confirm that. But I'm almost 100% sure it'll be Steve. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. He also has a lot more insight, as some of you are still, always wondering about the money machine. This is the money machine. Kidding. So I wouldn't take this one because 55.69. I mean, look, if I knew it was going to go from 56.15 right down here, maybe. But to me, there's not enough room on a percentage basis to take the trade. Because now if the next low was down here at 49, I'd be all over it, all over it. Because if it gets from 56 to 49, obviously. Now, in case people are wondering, these are not targets. I mean, I guess it's maybe semantics. I just look to see where a stock could stall, but it's not like I have a target. But I'm looking, but I suppose it could be semantics. I could say, well, there's my target because it could stall there. But also, somebody asked me yesterday, how long am I in a trade? If it was you, Scott. It really depends, doesn't it? I mean, look at the OGN. I've been in this trade. What time is it now? 10:41 since about almost an hour. As long as it keeps working. Now, a little bit of a pop here. I think that was you, Scott, wasn't it? You asked how long, what on average, and I really have no answer for that. Now, you see this little move here. Remember, I've already taken some off around the 860 mark, but I'm watching this little move here. I want to see if this is just going to be a brief blip. If it gets back up to 860, I'll probably take some more off and try to hold. Let's say now here's where the lower time frames I may see a transition here. Not quite. It hasn't transitioned from orange to blue. Not talking about the bar, but about the wave itself. So that's where I may go to a 2-minute chart, from the 5-minute chart to see if there is a transition on the 2-minute. By the way, guys, we're in a downtrend. Look at this downtrend on the SPY. So look at that stuff. If you guys were around back in February and March, when the SPY had, and even April, I think, when the SPY had these most amazing intraday moves at 20 and 30 points, this was awesome to use, the sell and the buys. Now, you might say, yeah, but I wouldn't get an alert for it. You didn't have to. What you would do is you would just have this chart thumbnail, and watching the SPY all day long. And, I mean, it's not that hard. And if you saw that sell flag, then you go, okay, let's wait, and see if it really is continuing a bit. You could have taken this short around the 631 mark, and you're writing it down to 627 so far. Yeah, the way as SKM is. Excuse me. All right, just trying to. Okay, I think I can talk. It was insane how good it was. You didn't even need them. You didn't need the alerts, SKM. You didn't need the alerts. All I would have done is, and that's what I did. I mean, I don't trade the SPY. I do not trade the SPY typically, but I must have 15 or 20 trades in the SPY during that time period because the ranges are so incredible. Oh, now, yeah. But all I did was I said because the SPY is on my other monitor all day long, so I would just stare at it, take a glance, and at the minute I saw a little transition, I saw a sell flag or the buy flag. I mean, the buy flags were off and were and even in the pre-market, yeah, at AM. So you could, in theory, though, you could take a couple of your favorite stocks, okay? Thumbnail them and watch them. When I By the way, when I mean thumbnail, this to me is an example. I mean, you can make it as big or as small as you want. This to me is an example of like a thumbnail chart. Just, you just watch your favorite stocks, and it's not that hard to see these transitions. Now, this isn't okay. Not as interesting as I thought. So sometimes you'll see something in red here. That means it's down for the day, but you'll see a positive number. Now, in this case, you're not. This is the way to okay, so obviously the stock HIMS, HIMS, is moving down, and this is a long so this is now so HIMS, the stock, will be down a little over 6%, about 6.5%, 6.75% or something, 6.3%, okay? But HIMS, HIMZ, is down double that. Because it is now there I think if you thought that NIMS was really starting to give it up, this is an earnings play. Didn't know it was an earnings play. If you thought HIMS was really going to give it up, and maybe you can't short in your account. I don't know what the short version of this is, but let's see if I can find it. If there is one, there's the long. There's many. No, I guess there's not a short version of it. Many times, these ETFs that are designed specifically for the stock will have yeah, well, this is the long HIMZ. I don't see a short version. If you had one, you could buy it, okay? Like some of you, I don't know, depending on your account, you can't short or something. But you can buy the short version. Evidently, there is not one. I can't find it anyway. Okay, now if you never got into CWD, okay, but now here's a pullback. So you might look at this and go, okay, there's the VWAP, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. Okay, I'm on a 2-minute chart. Okay, and there's the VWAP. The VWAP is what, 42? So it's not really that close, but it was kind of getting into the area. And you might look at that and go, okay, it looks like maybe this is a bit of a bounce zone that is coming into. Actually, I used to have this just on a 2-minute chart, but the reason I changed to the 5 is because I think if and when we are going to have alerts for this, it'll be in the 5-minute. Okay, I just as my machine went a little crazy. It'll be on the 5-minute. Okay, if and when we'll get alerts for a buy flag or a sell flag. Now, I warn you though, if and when that happens, you will not get the alert until the candle closes. Now, why is that important? Because what if it's a giant candle? Okay, and that's just the way it's going to work. Because sometimes, it could be a buy flag as it's moving, but then all of a sudden it could reverse within the 5-minute period, and it could actually turn into a sell flag. That's why it's going to wait until it closes. Looked at our AI at all today. I haven't had a chance, but looking at it, there's a nice short for 4. I'm sure it's an earnings play. Yep, the earnings play. The short at 87.80, $84 now. No idea, Dwayne. No idea. Steve will be in our YouTube room at noon, and you guys can he. I am contracted by Trade Ideas, so I don't work for Trade Ideas, but Steve works for Trade Ideas. So, and he lives in the San Diego area, and that's where Dan lives, and so he gets together with Dan a lot in golf. So, he's a lot closer to the whole situation than I am. My approach is, what? When it happens, if it happens, great. Let me know. But Steve will be in our YouTube room in about a little over an hour, and you guys can ask him questions like that. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I took the short on the AZTA. Okay, I have a pretty tight stop on it, but I don't want to see it get certainly not to 27 or 28. Took the short on it. It had the little pop up, trend is still down, and the original alert was at 27.85, so a little bit under that, but not much. So I'm in that short. Not recommending you do the same thing. Okay? Just mentioned this one a little earlier, and I'm sure it's an earnings play. It is. See, all these moves are because of earnings, guys. This is why when we're in earnings season and we've got about I think about 1,200 companies releasing earnings this week. Next week will probably be far less. We'll start to get out of earnings season, and so we will not get as many in this, which is okay. It's almost too many. Like it's hard to, you can't follow them all. I think he's back on. Oh, hmm. You might be right. Did he? Is it the 11th? You might be right. Let me check. He has never take that much time off. Oh yeah, Monday the 11th. Monday the 11th. Okay, well, I got me so next week also then in terms of the opening the room. Thanks for pointing that out. All right. Now, unfortunately for me, the SZTA, the spread kind of widened, but I'm going to hold on a bit. Oh, the support he has to do, especially you guys. I mean, nobody really asks me questions about Brokerage Plus here, but it's tedious. And it's only a handful of people. It's a very few of our customers actually use Brokerage Plus, but they dominate his time. Okay, guys. Well, that booted me out. I'll look at it later. Maybe I'll put a peso down here. I had a little bit of profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more, so that knocked me out. Well, this doesn't often happen here, guys. This is the VIX. This is the VIX. Two times the VIX, VVX. No, okay. Forget what I said. This has nothing to do with the VIX. This is actually I don't think I've ever seen this one before. V2X Incorporated. Never heard of it. Yeah, no, thanks. I was just looking at it. Just that it showed up here in the continuation. When I looked at it, I thought it said not this. I was just looking at that. I thought, well, that's the VIX, an ETF for the VIX. It didn't make a lot of sense, but I will resurrect it. I noticed this morning that my computer is a little bit sluggish, so I just want to, which could be the, I'm still testing this to see, for my system. Maybe at the beginning of the day, it's too much because there's so much data coming. Yeah, I'll have it on this one. What do you mean it's two on the same? Well, it's linked. Yeah, of course. I link, of course. I link. I want when I click on an alert, I want these charts to all represent the stock, the linked stock, but they're different time frames. You can answer questions all day long. So what SK was talking about is this is new. You might be able to again if you go into our YouTube room at noon. I'll put the link in before I take off. He probably has a better insight as to when this will be available. If you like it, basically these are real-time alerts showing up at the bottom here of different types of alerts that we've got. Now I'm in my world, I would like to be able to customize them. So I don't necessarily want to see currently at 1448 average daily volume. Maybe I want to see more VWAP information. Okay. Yeah, I've been way more into shorting even the last mainly because of the gap continuation or reversal scan, okay? Really, Pepe said my sound was good, earlier. How Pepe, is it, degraded? Pepe told me it was great at the beginning. Ah, why? No, 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 that there's a difference between moving in and out, okay? I mean, I'm talking directly into the mic, and if it's scratchy or something right now for some of you, and maybe not all of you, then I don't know why. Voice over time, I don't think so. So, RC, for you, is it crystal clear? I mean, I don't mean it's okay. Is it crystal clear for you? Okay, well, that's then I don't know what to say. For some of you, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do about it. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm a couple of minutes. I have to do something. A couple of minutes. Okay. What time is it now? 11:03. Give me to 11:05. Okay. Okay. So I Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am back. I am back. Okay, so what I wanted to say, I got back into the AZTA, okay, the AZTA, uh, sort of, what is it? Okay, so I was in this one. I got a little lost on this, but the minute it got back down there, I had a price alert, and so I ended up taking it again. I had to sort of close my eyes on it because it is not great, but I thought, okay, look, it's got room. I'll go down to 26. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I just have to watch this bid ask what I'm talking about right here, 47.64. Like you see that go down to about 30 and then put that to the 50s. Okay, well, that helped, Shady. Okay. Really? Graded in YouTube too. What is going on? You know what? I'll adjust a setting on the mic. I just did a little setting adjustment on the mic. I'll see if that has any bearing. It probably is going to do something to the loudness, maybe. So weird though, because when I do my videos, they're fine. Oh man, this is what I'm looking at, guys. Come on, catch up. 61, catch up to that 39. A little hairy here, but all right, guys. So I am now waiting on. So this one showed up in the gap up and go pro, but I wouldn't take it because the next high is too close. Well, your scan is very active today, Pepe. Another gap down and go. A lot of stocks, Portillos, a lot of stocks in the gap down and go that are just really going. Hey guys, I don't care. It probably hasn't transitioned, but I'm out of the OGN now. Okay. It was at that 50 cent mark and it started, yeah, you see there, you can see how that little transition to blue. Okay. So right around here, I said, okay, it looks like it is turning now. So you can see exactly there's the orange. Now a little transition to blue. Isn't bad from about 880 down to say an average of 855. A lot of rocket ship. Now the C just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I am now back again. So the market is a little disconnect. I mean, the Dow, I mean, the Dow's down a little. 130, Qs are down a little, SPY is down a little. Nothing earth-shattering today. Okay, guys. Well, thank you. Yeah, I forgot I put my microphone on mute in the mute here. So maybe you didn't show. I said I got out of the OGN. Okay, maybe see how it's transitioned now. But I'm more and more thinking. See how the transition is now, and it was right around there where it was iffy, right around that the 850 mark, right around there. And so that's when I thought, you know what, it looks like it's going to had a little buy flag there. So I think what I'm going to do going forward, I'm going to use the 2 minute chart, maybe the five to get me in, but the two to get me out. All right, guys, 11:18. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking a break. I'm pretty sure it'll be Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room. Here's one. Here's one that I haven't seen today. LAWR, and this is obviously an IPO from a few weeks ago. LAWR, going to have a bit of a pop here. Robot Consulting Limited. So this was a reversal play, guys. The ARMK, you can see it reversed, and it's been pretty steadily up. So again, I want to be on a 5 minute chart unless I'm in the trade. All right, guys. Ruby, RUBI. I know that was an IPO, I think, yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's moved a little bit from the alert for ARMK was at 4017. So it has moved, and look how beautiful that was actually hugging the VWAP on the way up. Still down for the day, but it was above the VWAP and hugging it and then moving higher. Now, this is from our AI also, but it's also a gap down and go. I don't know where the first alert, yeah, from our AI, the first alert was at 3086 from that scan, from the gap continue, well, this scan right here, it is at 30. AD was at 30. Still not bad. But from our AI, it was here, 3086. Now, I would not, I've got that from my scan because I have a 15-minute delay on getting the alert. Notice the AI you will not get an alert for at least 10 minutes into the market. All right, for those of you remember this one from yesterday, it is bouncing now. The verb still down for the day, but it is starting to bounce. There was a low. There was the close of yesterday. We got up to about almost 30. Closed down here around 20. This was one of those stocks that they raised a bunch of money to put into Coin or something like that. Never heard of that one before. Yeah, TDW is still, excuse me, pretty strong. Broke down below the VWAP. but it is now above the VWAP again. Yeah, I should be paying way more attention to this. Let's just see what happened. Wow, there's a lot. This is usually not this active, but with all the earnings, I guess if they're all earnings plays, let's just see. So there's the DOCN, 3168. Of course, this is rip tire earnings play. XMTR earnings play. 4177. Wow. TDW, 5878. Another little bit of a move. Earnings play. Lemonade, I'm sure is an earnings play. 4850. What? Didn't work. SEMR are short earnings play. Look, they're all earnings play. 716. So that I get down to that didn't really move that much. ADTN 840. Well, you know what? Still maybe room later on. ADTN earnings play. Look, they're all earnings play. I know that. I know Castle's an earnings play. So they don't all work, but certainly the first three. U 3414. This one definitely. But they're all earning. Well, I guess all I'm really trying to show you though, they're all. Well, you can see all earnings plays except for ZEP, which has earnings in 11 days, 2286 now from 2240. And then the MBI is not an earnings play. It's coming up. It's tomorrow after hours. But that's why this is so active. Because remember, it's a combination of abnormal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout. So when stocks have earnings, if they number one, well, if stocks have earnings, a lot of times you'll see a 10-day daily break or either up or down. So when you look at a daily chart for DOCN, obviously that's a 10-day high. Obviously, look back. But the other thing that has to happen is that it has to be trading abnormally option wise. So 30,000 contracts so far. Is that abnormal? Well, this is telling you yes, it is. It's 10 times normal. Okay, 10 times normal. So it's a combination. The relative volume also has to be eight, at least eight. So there are a lot of tough filters that have to be passed in that particular scan. Okay, so Ivy, Dos Santos, are you talking about this screen? Which screen are you talking about? The one I just showed? Also the layout. So, well, you can have the layout if you want, okay? I do have I do have a layout link if you do want it, and it will look very similar, okay? Very, very similar. Now, before and I'll put the layout link in here also. So anybody wants my layout that is this, that you see right there, you can have it. There, I'm putting the layout link, but remember, remember, don't load that link until you've saved your layout to the cloud, okay? You can only have one layout at a time open. So do not open this layout, my layout, until you've saved your layout to the cloud if you have a layout already up and running, okay? 'Cause your layout will it'll disappear from your screen, but as long as it's in the cloud, you can always bring it back, okay? Another one, just where did this EPC first show up? Not that long ago, okay? I mean, in terms of the price. EPC showed up in 1957 at around 10:30, 1957. So it hasn't moved, a tremendous amount yet. But I have other scans that I'm sharing, okay? So is it Ivy or do you pronounce it Evie? I'm just trying to get the pronunciation right for Dos Santos. I think I have the Dos Santos right, but this is the layout, or these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I did give you the layout link. Give me a moment. I think I might have hit a key. Oh, okay, so there's my link. Oh, it is Ivy. Okay, I wasn't sure. I know the Spanish pronunciation of I is not the same as the English, so I thought maybe it was a little bit different. Um, so again, I am sharing other scans though, and the one I talk about all the time right now is this one, this gap continuation or reversal scan, okay? And also this one, the combo scan that I was showing you. So it's not in the layout that I'm sharing. So actually, you can pick and choose what you want from my layout too. And a cherry pick whatever you want. All right, guys. So I did confirm that it's going to be Steve in our YouTube room. Steve is going to be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. Oh, this is a reversal play. I'm not in it. This DIM is a reversal play. It's still down for the day, but it is a reversal play. Give me one moment, guys. All right, XMTR. So again, when you see this at 98%, that means it's right near the high of the day. Okay, that's what that means. Right near the high of the day. And of course, guess what? Earnings play. There's so many earnings plays. No, yeah, it probably does have to be added. You're right. It probably does have to be added as a column. Okay, so George is pointing out the fact that see with these tree maps, you can sort on any column that you've got. Okay, notice I don't have position and range, and I probably don't have it there. You just have to add it if you know how to do that. So you basically get out of the tree map. These are just columns. Okay, you can sort on any column, and I probably added that. So if you want to add a column into a up this window, just right click, configure columns. Okay. Now you want to find it. You might have to search for it. A lot of times you could find it in this list, but if it's not, so if you want to add the position in days range, you just click on the search and start to type in POS. There it is, position and range right there. So you click on it and then show the column and say okay. So what that'll do, that'll add it as a column, and then when you go back to your tree map, then you'll have it as a column that you can sort on if you want. Again, any column is sortable. That's why these are all the columns in that top list window. Louis asked me, what broker am I using? And my broker is Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. So market is, well, it's been, relatively weak for a while, especially now. The sell flag there, 10 o'clock. It's been call it a little consolidation, a little brief flip up. You see how it's so orange, the wave? So if you were short the SPY up here, you know, I probably would have taken some profit on that little jog up just in case, but you can still be in the trade because it has not transitioned. Let's take a look at it on a 2-minute chart and see what we would have seen. See, on a 2-minute chart, that is sort of giving you a little bit of a warning. See how little that blue is, though. It's not like it's a moving higher either. But right there would have given you a little bit of a warning saying, okay, maybe take some off. Again, this is TradeWave, guys, and it's part of the standard service. Yeah, I'm definitely going short more, mainly because I haven't really been paying that much attention to these things, okay? And I'm just finding that, but I mean, man, I could have gone long quite a few of the DOCN, the XMTR, the TW, TGW. I could have gone long those easily, well, easily. They would have been great longs. But you're also then bucking the trend, trying, I mean, the market. But look at the XMTR. And XMTR doesn't care what the market's doing. Doesn't care, which is mostly typical of earnings plays. They sort of trade on their own within reason. Unless the market was down 30 points or something, I'm sure this would not still be up. Okay, guys, give me another moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Here's another one that I actually thought might have a run all day long was the Syndax SNDX with the news it had. Nope. I mean, it's still up 17%, but look how choppy it is on a 5-minute chart. Had the big pop, had the pop in the pre-market right here, but yeah, just not no continuation really for the SNDX. We have these guys raising the target to 56 from 43. The BTIG. They had some news. It's an earnings play. They reported a Q2 loss, but they beat the revenue estimate. How did Palantir end up doing today? I know it was up in the pre-market, of course, but did it start to give it up a bit? Yeah, even it's starting to fade a little bit here, guys. Palantir, PLTR, earnings play near the low of the day. You got up to what 176, and we're down at 169 now. So this is not an earnings play. Sleep Number had earnings last week, I do believe. Yeah, had earnings here. So this is all right. I don't understand that. So anyway, their Sleep Number SNBR is popping a big move. Not a big float. 17 million in the float. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time now. 15 minutes. I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room while I'm on my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Steve has just already forewarned me. He has no new information on the money machine. So, but you can also ask him, about, potential of getting the alert on the buy or the sell flag. Now, there is a way in which you can do it, but you have no control. So if you click on New, Market Explorer, and then left click, select Strategy, this box pops up. Trade Wave, buy 5 minutes. So this is actually a scan designed for the trade wave, 5 minute. That's why I was using 5 minutes. But you have no control over it, okay, in terms of price range, the volume, or anything like that. So let's just see, for instance, and it's only gonna and it's gonna be after the 5 minutes. So let's just see what SRAD. So there you go. There's SRAD. You see, you would have had an alert. You have an alert for SRAD right here. So it hasn't moved very much. Okay, there's the buy flag. It hasn't moved very much. And yeah, that volume actually is interesting. That's the volume in the 5 minutes. That's not the total volume of the day. So, I mean, it's plenty of volume. Could be interesting actually, but it's really not doing too much, but good spread, 27 well, 2-cent spread. It's a good spread, but again, you have no control over this. When I say that, again, you have no control over the price range but, the volume shouldn't be an issue, okay? The minimum volume, I know when this was constructed, there was, plenty of volume usually, so that's not ever gonna be an issue. So, again, if you want, you can use this at the very start of the day. All you have to do is click on New, and then Market Explorer window. This box pops up. Right-click on the box. This menu pops up. Hover over, select Strategy. Move over, Trade Wave, hover over, Trade Wave by 5 minutes. Here's how you can actually perhaps use it for swing trading, on a daily and a weekly. Let's take a look at what it looks like on a daily. I don't see the buy flag. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I don't see the buy flag though on the daily. I don't see it. So I'm going to forget about that. Okay. Definitely see it on the 5 minute. And you can see, so I mean, it really, and also that relative volume, that refers to the actual candle itself, I think. Yeah, because I'm looking here. I have 2 on the relative volume, and for EHD, the relative volume is 4.4. So that actually refers to, so this volume and the relative volume refers to the actual candle itself. So you guys can try this. It's a part of the standard service. All right, guys. Well, I may have to get out of this one, okay? Because I am taking a break, and this can be pretty wild. But it has turned out quite nicely for me the second time in it, the AZTA. I'm going to hold on and see if it can hit my 27. See how it never turned. Oh, see how the wave was still orange? Now I should have looked up for 2 minutes and see if it even turned blue at all. Yeah, so right there, a little bit of, you could have said, okay, maybe I'll take some off here. See how narrow that the cloud is, or the wave is on the blue. Now, can it take out 27? So next low looking left is around 26. So it's getting there, but that is the next low looking left on the monthly. And on the weekly, it's the same, basically the same. So I have to watch this one. I'm going to be on a break in about 10 minutes, see if whether or not it's going to take out 27. So, Louis, the reason that so the question in our YouTube room, you're about to subscribe to Trade Ideas Premium, not exactly sure how to use it effectively for day trading or scalping. Well, first of all, scalping, what do you mean by scalping exactly? The second thing, though, is that the only reason you should take our premium service is to have access to the AI. Okay? That's the only reason. Otherwise, you can, so if you Okay, that's the only reason that people usually want our premium service because then you have access to the AI. How you trade it, if you trade it, though, is up to you. There's no magic about it. You'll have an alert price, you'll have a stop price, and again, how you trade it will be up to you. And as far as the right tools and setups, it really depends on your style of trading. I mean, I'm a day trader. I'm not a scalper though. Depends what you mean by scalping though. If you're talking about taking, 10,000 shares of a $1 stock and hope it moves 5 cents and to make 5 cents, like that to me is scalping. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I don't do that though. Depends what you mean by scalping. I'm talking to Louie in our YouTube room. What I would do is this, though, before you make up your mind about even if you want to, I wouldn't start off with the premium service. Dan isn't listening, but I wouldn't start off with the premium service. You can, like everything you see here is part of the standard service. The only thing the premium service adds for you are these um, alerts that come in. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for them to happen. If you load this before the market opens, you notice the first alert is at 9:40. You just wait. So if you well, anybody who's listening to me also, if you're part of the premium service, you should just have this window incorporated as part of your layout. And then when you open trade ideas, as long as it's before, say at the latest, well, 9:40, this window will be blank. Will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. But how you trade them and if you trade them is going to be up to you. There's no magic about it in terms of, well, this is exactly what you should do. And but the other thing, maybe what you should do, Louis, is you go to my homepage. You can do this even if you're not a member of Trade Ideas, okay? So if you go to my homepage link and then find the education section, just scroll down. Here's the education section right here. Click on the more info. And you see where it says getting started with Trade Ideas. You don't have to do the first one. This is if you had, this is what I tell people to do. If they have the program, they're just starting out. This is the download and install, but I would take a look at these following videos. They're very short. This will give you an idea about what the capabilities are, okay? Before you even decide to take out a subscription. That's what I would do. For the ZZTA guys, yeah, so I don't do that. 1 minute, I don't do that. 1 minute fast. I do not do that. Yeah. I'm not sure the program really, I mean, you're up against, the big guys who, but you're literally trying to make what, 5 or 6 cents? So you're taking a lot of shares. And, if you're talking about within a 1 minute, I'm not saying it's impossible to use our program to do that, but, it's not, anything is possible. I mean, you can probably, we have a penny, sounds like you want more penny stocks. You can just zero in on penny stocks. Depends what you mean, depends what you mean by a penny stock too. Anything under $5 and maybe a low float situation, stocks that are going to really move quickly. What was the other window? You mean this? The gap continuation or reversal? This is this is the window I had. This is part of the premium service. Okay, this is the AI. This is part of the premium service. Everything though that you see here, everything that you see here and the combo scan, all part of the standard service. Well, I have to give it to you, but it's just part of the standard service. the letter E in the top left-hand corner, the letter E. Well, typically the only things in the top left-hand corner, you're talking about what I'm pointing at. It's a multi-strategy window, M, T for top list window, A for alert windows. I don't know anything that has an E. Oh, the Market Explorer. I sort of forget about that. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you, Pepe. No, 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 Pepe's right. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then Market Explorer, so here it is. You're right. And then right-click on it, and then select strategy. Hover over select strategy. You get all these, and then there's the trade wave down at the bottom. Another box comes up, and then you can click on the trade wave buy or any one of these. Okay, these were all designed. They're you can take a look at them. There's a ton of them in here. Most people probably only want to look at the trade wave buy. These were you will explore. Okay, these were designed by as you remember, Michael Noss, Great Ideas. He's no longer with us, but he designed all these. I'm not sure how many people ever use them. To be honest, not slamming Michael. I just don't know how many people really use them. Hey, what if I changed, you know, my USB port, and put it in another one? I wonder if that might help. Maybe the port is failing. But it's 11:58 now, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So here is the link for YouTube. Okay, and Steve will show up in about 2 minutes from now. Okay, I'll put my announcement up. Oh, whoa, whoa. Yeah, so before I take my break, I'll mute myself in YouTube, but I'll just try changing ports and see if that has any effect. Because now I got to find the port all hidden behind my desk. And Steve, just give me a moment, okay, Steve? Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, so I'll be on a break till about 1 o'clock. Now I'm going to stay in the main room. I just want to change the port to see if that is anything that helps. So just give me one moment. And I'll mute myself in the main room as I'm talking to Steve, and then I'll come back in. Steve,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Excellent.
Moment.
How's it going over there?
Stop my music. Okay. So, how are you?
A little tired, as you know. Chris Farley's out. And
Oh, yeah.
He carries a Herculean load in support, so I'm a bit frazzled.
Yeah, no kidding. And I didn't realize he was gone for 2 weeks. I thought he was back on Monday, but
Two weekends,
2 weeks.
we'll call it. Yeah. 2
Yeah.
weekends. So you got to
Well,
use it or lose it.
but he's
deserves
been
the
gone
time
this
off.
week. He's been gone
He
this
took
week.
off
And
Friday. He'll be gone this week. He'll be back Monday.
not Monday.
Monday, yeah.
According to him, he's back on the 11th.
Let me see.
I just checked.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah, Monday the 11th. We're on the same page.
Oh, geez. It's Tuesday the 5th. That's okay. But that will be,
Yep.
but he was gone last week.
He was gone Friday only. And he was gone last week.
Okay. You were right.
So yeah, I've been just here holding up the fort.
Okay. And I know you can't really answer the B+ questions, so that's
Well, the only update I have is that I was told by Brad to take myself off of the proxy server. They're doing some work to it today, so I went back to primary. So I'm not doing any testing today, but consider that an advancement. They took the server down to do some more stuff to it. So until further notice, no testing by me yet still, but I think we're still days away from internally getting our hands. Actually, I can't give any dates. I don't know. Dan will be in tomorrow. That's his job. Everybody can hound Dan on Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, listen, I'll put myself on mute now, and I will see you in about an hour.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Let me go over to YouTube so I can see the links. Patrick, hey, I was going to start off with gold miners, GDX, just exploding. I do have HYMC. I can't be without HYMC. Some of you may have seen I have UAVS up here while Barry was talking to me. I've been long this. I took some yesterday off the table, bought some back this morning. Doing really well for me. I've got a current order to sell a quarter of it at 67 and then another quarter of it at 299. So I put those out. SMR. Yeah, this is a tough one. This thing's just all over the place. I tell you what, guys, I am absolutely kicking myself. I don't know how I missed it, but American Eagle Outfitter was on Andy's eye scan, and I probably passed right over it. And considering all the crazy headlines and the news in this stock lately, boy, it was a beautiful setup on the weekend. I'm really kicking myself for not calling this for trade of the week. That would have been fun. But coulda, shoulda, woulda. I don't even need to go there. But I hope everybody's well. This market is, I'm going to show you a great example here. This market is 3 steps forward and then 2.8 steps back. And that's what it's been doing. It's really hard to buy breakouts because these breakouts just wait for the reversion to the mean. If you can find the reversion to the mean, hopefully, ideally, it's a higher base camp along the way. But you can see it's a grindingly stubborn, upwardly trending market. Doesn't go very fast. I'm back in some of this X. I'm so excited now that they've got XRPI as an ETF. Here's a 1-hour chart of XRP, the token. I've been playing this a little bit. I'll be quite honest with you. I'm probably break even in it. I've won a little bit. I've lost a little bit. You lose over the weekend if you take it home over the weekend. But I've added to it here on this little pullback intraday, and it's just trying to hold that $3 level. I'm not going to get into the daily chart, but the point being is I brought that up because I'm long XRPI. ETF is the best one, I think, for now. I hear BlackRock rumor might be coming out with an ETF. Somebody has XRP reserved. It's not pulling up anything, which means it's probably sitting on the shelf. I bet if BlackRock ever does get themselves an ETF for XRP, that'll be the signal, the symbol. But in the meantime, let's get back to UAVS. It's working for me. I love these drone stocks. I love these small cap stocks. They've been getting a lot of headline news lately. The volume came pouring into these things back in June. You've got UMAC. Volume came in back in June. You've got ONDS. Volume came back in June. There's a few more. UAVS has been around for a while. They started off as an agricultural drone, but now they're pivoting quickly into the Defense Department stuff. And the Defense Department's taking notice. So their headlines have been good, but the charts even better. So this blue line right there is, let's see, 67 is where my first order is. Right there. Boom. So if that line triggers, I'll be getting 25% off. I love selling at new highs on these small cap trades because you can get really big moves. This thing's already at 5% on the day, but if it moves to my level, it'll be a nice little chunk of change. Yeah, true. You know, the precious metals, I'll go back to PSLV, looks strong. Gold looks strong again. But the miners are even harder to play sometimes, but they're strong today. But like I told Patrick, I'm sitting in HYMC. Got an offer to sell some. Oh no, I don't. I should put an offer to sell some right there at that pivot. 377. Let me just do that real quick. Sell some 377. All right, I've got a standing order there for that. So I like to get ahead of new highs. Sometimes you only get one chance at a new high, guys. If you put a price alert out there, and that price alert is to tell you, hey, the stock just hit this level. You know, maybe you want to sell some. Don't just substitute the price alert with a limit sell. That's what I'm doing here. I'm just mirroring it with a price alert. So if the if the price alert goes off, you get one chance sometimes at that one level. And I'd rather have them reach up and grab me than have to start working an order at that level. Because it's that initial swoosh up where you get your best chance for a fill if you're on the right side. But patience is the name of the game. Hopefully that XRPI is trying to come back. Let's take a look at the token. Oh, really nice move in the token. Uh-oh. Has to be a... It's weird I didn't see that. Must have been that move right there. Okay. So yeah, I've got some orders to sell. Staying ahead of the game. HYMCs in the gold miner sector. It's moving higher. That blue line is an order to sell a quarter of it. UAVS, one of my small caps. I love my small caps. That blue line is an order to sell. It's sitting there just waiting. Hopefully I'll be rambling about something and it'll tag it. Hello, Mr. G, Trade Signals. You guys are back. Yeah, we're back in the sense that Barry is doing the handoff again. I think the old room, for whatever reason, I'll let him explain it, but he came back to the YouTube live stream simulcast, which allows us to do that handoff without having to create a new room. So we get kind of a bleed over. But public announcement, of course, as usual, this is an everyday event at 12 o'clock for 1 hour. The traders come in here, and the hour is designed and specifically designated for new users or users in general that have a question that need visual answers. We don't do phone calls, chats and emails. We can do screenshots and go back and forth. But sometimes it's nice to just be able to come in, and this is almost like a phone call, but it's a phone call with a desktop that we can show you and we can help share things. So that being said, if there's any lurkers in here who are new users and just like don't know the format, you're waiting for me to stop, just chime in anytime in the chat window. If you don't have a question, I'm always happy to look at charts. I love looking at charts, and I'll give you the unvarnished opinion of what I think of that chart. If it's something you're kind of sweating over or not sure about. And if you send a chart question, it always helps to know if you're in it already, or what your game plan is. Bought some of this AI yesterday with Andy. Nice little move on the open in sympathy, I think, to Palantir. But I've been buying things that are only extended to the downside. Like game, like rum. I mean, these are not pretty charts, but I'm not buying things that are overextended. I'm looking for things that are pulling back. There's that UAVS trying to go to highs. DJT, this thing is just silly. But back to UAVS. I might get a sale off if it can get to 67. That's still a ways away. But why did I pick 67 as my first sale point? Well, if we look left, we see this day right here as the buyers ran it up, sellers defended that level. And so it's just like, looking in the history to see what levels are the sellers likely to maybe redefend once again. And so I'm jumping in along with those sellers and seeing if I can get a small chunk off for some profit. Now, mind you, I did take some profits yesterday, and I kind of bought those profits back today. So I'm still really long, heavily weighted in this one. I need to get some sales off, but I have a feeling it could make a run for $3. And if it does, I've actually already got a $2.99. You see how I did that? If it wants to go to 3, it's got to go through $2.99 to get it. It's got to go through me to get it. Hello, Nick. Nikhil, I'm a new user. Is it possible to auto trade Holly signals? It's not, but it will be in a sense very soon. If you've heard the Money Machine, please come by tomorrow at the same time. The CEO, Dan, will be here, and he will demonstrate for you what is available to trade coming soon. Right now, the AI, as it stands, is a real-time scan. There's a new high in AIVS. The AI we can bring up is a real-time scan, which gives us ideas when we can look at just the profitable ones. And these are shorts and also longs, and they're in play for the day. But the people that are using this right now are using it in the manual fashion. That's weird. Okay. So, but what's coming soon is a new back end that we're building where we will be able to automate things, and automating the AI will become available. Also, automating something like this, just my simple scan and saying, I want to be in the top 3 short squeezes that are big up on the day. I want to be in those names automatically. And that's what the Money Machine is basically called, or that's what it's designed to do. And that's coming. So there's nothing at the moment that we can give to you, but there are things that are coming. And again, please drop by tomorrow and talk to Dan, and he can give you more color on what's going to be automated coming soon. Hello, Ivy. You're in a time zone that's not kind to you. I'd like to set up some sell orders triggered with exit positions. There's nothing in an EMA cloud. Now, it's a great question. Again, let me bring this up. You're talking about the EMA clouds, which is more than likely a very good segue to, where are you? What happened to my trade wave charts? Where did trade wave go? Let me try something here. Indicator, it's in the indicator icon now, huh? Okay. Let me take that back off. Go back to primary. Okay. So regressing back to your question about EMA clouds and auto trading. So TradeWave is an EMA cloud type of situation here with buy and sell tags. Again, Ivy, if you come by tomorrow and ask Dan to, excuse me, expand or elaborate on how this TradeWave indicator will be automated in the money machine. So again, this money machine is being built out on the back end. We can apply it to the AI signals that come out in real time, meaning these guys right here. Those could be applied to an auto strategy. And then this is all going to start in simulated form before it becomes live. So everybody can practice, including myself. We can apply the money machine forthcoming to a simple top list tree map, like I mentioned earlier, 1, 2, 3. I just configure it and say I want to be in the top 3 short squeezes, give me a 2% trailing stop, et cetera, et cetera. And lastly, to answer your question, Ivy, we will be able to use the money machine for stocks that are using the trade wave, which is an EMA cross, which is kind of what you referenced there, with exit position from EMA clouds. It will be possible. It's not possible at the moment, but it will be possible, so stay tuned. But again, come by tomorrow for some more color and definitions and specifics on that from Dan, as he's closer to the product and he's the one who's visualizing and creating the vision for all this. All right, I do not use TradeWave, so I'm going to turn that off. Let's see. We're 9 cents away from a fill maybe in UAVS. Let's look at the metrics here. 1.4, so decent relative volume, decent 5-minute volume, decent short squeeze. Okay. Same time tomorrow, but tomorrow, Barry is not going to hand off to Dan. That's just too much for Dan. I say that lovingly. Dan has trained himself on how to create and start a new room. So just come to the Trade Ideas channel on YouTube and then go to live. And you'll see that Dan will have created his own 1-hour session tomorrow at 12 Eastern. And he'll do his best to answer any questions on the forthcoming product that he's been creating, what you can attach it to, and things like that. All right. Trying to get a glance here. That just doesn't look right. I don't know why it looks like that. I don't think it went down there, but maybe it did. Let me go to the 15-minute. God, I guess it did. I wonder if that was a bad tick because the ETFs didn't reflect that. It's weird. I'm just staring at XRP because I'm in this ETF XRPI. I don't know why. I don't have a reason other than the fact that I'm a total XRP nut, and I'm excited you can trade that now. The other one that was doing well was this gold miner, but it's just a creeper. I'd like to see this AI come back and battle. Here's, some of you guys who listen to me a lot know why I use this 5-day moving average. It's an area of interest. I fully expected those sell orders to be resting there. And that's okay. I wasn't ready to take profits. So that was not a surprise to see sell orders sitting there. Why is that going so slow? Let me try that one. There we go. Hello, Scott. How do I adjust font sizes in various widgets like news charts? The only font control that you will have is going to be in the main setting in Tools, Options on the main page, General. So in the General, under Tools and Options, you've got kind of a global setting for fonts. Specifically, page by page or window by window, you're not going to have that control. Be a reversal adjustment like that. Great. So yeah, this AI was extremely oversold. And again, I mentioned earlier, I'm only interested in the moment at oversold items. Think about the people who were buying this breakout up here at 30 and they didn't sell. It just grinded them into the stones. And I picked it up yesterday, right there, just under 23. And I feel like there's a bit more meat on this bone. This is my target. Therefore, when this declining 5-day moving average hits and the price hits it and pull back, I don't go, oh man, what the hell? I go, yeah, of course. That's exactly what I expected. And now it pulls back, it gains energy, gets its eyes on its prize, and hopefully it makes it through. And then I start to think about sell mode up here above 24.5 on a daily perspective. And this is my time frame, just day and a half, 2 days like that on the daily chart. And that's all I'm really looking for right now is a lot of swing trades that I can find that are oversold that I can catch for a bounce. UAVS is a bit different. It was oversold. And this is the day I bought it right here. Look at that, a perfect doji after suckering people in way up here above 3, probably spitting them out down here. And then these people that sold in a panic down here are probably thinking, wow, somebody down there bought my shares. Wish I still had them. And so that's the contrarian nature. Find a stock that comes to life. Don't chase it, but keep it on the radar and watch and wait and stalk and be patient and wait for your pitch. And that was my pitch right there. A doji star right on the 20-day simple moving average. I had no pain in this trade. This is okay. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Really, this is the webinar you want to be with at Ivy. As I said, mentioned tomorrow, Dan will be in. He's the CEO, and so he does talk more about product type stuff. So support user stuff. You're here. This is where you want to be, and we can use this chat window, and I can try and help get people started. I'll be here again Thursday, and then Andy will be here on Friday at 12 noon Eastern. Hopefully I wasn't confusing when I talked about Wednesdays, because Dan, the CEO, comes in on Wednesday. He'll have his own link, but this is where you want to be. Okay, good to know. Yeah, this is where you want to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And Barry's a great resource as well. What indicators are you using in your charts? Great question. So my daily chart over here is nothing but simple moving averages, the 10, the 20, the 50, and then the 200, the big one. The intraday, I use a 15-minute chart, and I only have 2 indicators. The 10 SMA, which is my momentum indicator. When something's in momentum, it'll hold that line, like right there, that UAVS took off yesterday. When it fell back and held that line and took off, I told myself, okay, we're in momentum mode. And then it comes up to this blue line. This blue line is a 130 SMA, which translates into a perfect 5-day moving average. So I'm viewing a 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart. Rather than put it over here and just have more lines, I get a beautiful smoothed out moving average this way. And as I mentioned in AI, I fully expected the sellers to show up there. So it's for whatever reason, it's a key input, I believe, with the algorithms that trade the markets out there. It's going to help give you areas of support. It's going to help give you areas of resistance. It's not always going to be perfect, but look at right here in Lyft. Lyft opened up and gapped to it, pulled back and tested the gap, and it actually held a double line. It held my 10 SMA and my 5 SMA. These are the types of things that I'll see on a 15-minute chart that says it's go time. The buyers are in control. Another example right here, Lyft gaps up again today, pulls back. Where does it find buyers? At the rising 10 SMA. It tells me momentum and buyers are still in control. And there's another touch right there. So I use those touches for entry points if you can catch them early. But conversely, if this rolls over at the end of the day and closes below, that's the sell signal. So I try to keep my indicators extremely simple, literally simple moving average, and few and far between. I think the more indicators you put on your chart, sometimes the more difficult it can be to make a decision. But let's look at the bigger picture here today. All right. S&Ps, oh, look at that for an example. All right. So the 10 SMA held the high end of our bounce, right? We got oversold and then bounce right up into the armpit, as I call it. The underside of the 10 SMA, what was once holding the market up, the 10-day moving average, has now pivoted and for the moment is now suppressing and holding the market down. Not only that, it lines up perfectly in the intraday. The 5 and the 10 are superimposed on each other. So this is a solid line of resistance right here. So that's kind of what I'm watching here at the moment today. Now, that tells us if we do turn around and we do start to get some buyers and we take that out, you don't want to be bearish. Okay, so let's do it one of two ways, Ivy. The simple way, I'm going to give you my chart, and then I'm going to show you how I set it up. So I've just copied the link to that chart. All you have to do is right-click on that code and select Save Link Address, like I'll do right now. And then once you've got a cloud code like that, going forward, you come up to File, and you'd say Load from Cloud. It should load in there for you, but if not, we paste it. And then, ta-da, you've got a copy of my chart. So that's the 15-minute. We can do the same thing here with my daily. And there's the daily. Of course, anybody else that wants it, steal it. But let me just show you on the 15-minute, when we go to indicators, this is a new interface. Bear with me here. It's not intuitive. Hang on a second. Indicators. Okay. Your SMA. All I did was I put moving average SMA and I did periods 130 to create that 5-day moving average. But there you go. You can use those. So now I'm really watching for a market cue here. Is this red candle going to stay red all day and be held down by the 10 SMA? Or by the end of the day, are we going to find a way through this blue line here, which also would be the 10 SMA? If we can find a way to peek our head back above this 10-day simple moving average, I think the trend stays intact. And I actually agree with a Goldman Sachs comment that came out when I was with you guys last week. I said, this market's in desperate need of some sort of a pullback. And, a pullback to the 50 would be super, super constructive in the SPY down to here. But we didn't get it. We got something, but we didn't get that. And then we started to build and bounce back, and we're still trying to build and bounce back. And Goldman said, this pullback, as shallow as it was, in their opinion, I think I saw it, may have been the only chance that you would have gotten to buy some pullback in stocks. So if that's true, what I'm watching for today is to see if we can get back above this 5-day as we got held back here. And in doing so, The first close back above this 10 SMA takes us back from being under pressure to being supported by it. And that's as simple as I try to keep it. And that's a binary conclusion. If, then, therefore, don't be shorting things. Be looking to buy things. And be looking to buy things on pullbacks, not on breakouts. Because as I mentioned, just look at the cues again today. You buy the opening, you're happy for about 20 seconds, and they find a way to just grind it back down and find where the real buyers are again. So in this market, every single day in this grind higher, if you're chasing gaps on the open, I'd be extremely careful if I were you. Those gaps on the open are really designed for the people who came in long and want to go ahead and take that gift and sell the opening gap. I got to come clean on SMR too. When I picked this stock, I did not have the trade ideas color. So the earnings date, I missed. And now I see it. And so hopefully it's up to every user to understand and manage their own risk and know that earnings are coming up in 2 days. So it could be something holding SMR back, Patrick. But yet another one, just that 5-day moving average. When something's underneath it and bounces up into that 5-day moving average, if you're thinking about taking profits, that's where you want to take it. If you're thinking no big deal, let it happen, and I'll reload on some more, well, then you let it bounce, and then you reload when it starts to show its strength again. Which is kind of what I'm hoping to see in the market, because I've got some longs begrudgingly. I don't want to miss a move. I think that shallow pullback was about as good as we got it. There's the big gap down in the S and the NASDAQ. Here's the IWM had a really good pullback. Matter of fact, this is what really got me most excited. As I told you guys, I like to trade small caps. And of the 3 indexes we just looked at, this is the nicest looking one at all. Big hammer candle at the 50-day. That's sweet. So since I focus on small caps, I've been even a little bit more bullish on them than I would be normally, because I think we got our index backdrop, so to speak, giving us a favorable condition for small caps as I see UAVS go to highs. I'm 6 cents away. 6 cents away from getting 1/4 peeled off here for a nice profit. Be nice if it happens live. Yeah, Patrick, good point. Could be some short covering who don't want to go into earnings and have earnings spook them out and gap up 10%, $10. When we look at SMR, there's still a lot of people trapped in there. And between now and earnings just seems to be a game of chicken. Not ideal for the trade of the week. I'm kind of mea culpa on that one. I missed that earnings date. Had I seen that, I would have skipped over. And I wish I had seen American Eagle Outfitter, because that would have been a fun one. Home builders showing a lot of strength. I guess, yeah, there's the IEF, the 7 to 10-year Treasury moving higher, which means rates are moving lower, helping out the mortgage business. Dan loves this UHG stock for some reason. It's not doing anything. All right, guys, whatever you want to talk about. Again, if you're a new user, this is your support session to come in and take advantage of knowledge. We can look at charts. To use EMA versus SMA, I don't find much of a difference. For those that don't know the theory, the exponential moving average gives more weight to the most recent few candles than it does the entire string. I've always used simple moving averages, and as a joke, I just say I like to keep it simple. But I've looked at the two, and when you get right down to it, it's just not that much difference between the two, really. And that's why a lot of people use the cloud, because a moving average shouldn't necessarily be a drop dead dollar figure point in the sand. It's more of a gray area. It's a general area of interest. You're very welcome, Ivy. Do I had Palantir? No, I don't like to take stocks into earnings. That's gambling. But I partially gambled on AI. I don't know how similar the stocks are. BBAI is also kind of similar to Palantir. So I was looking for a little sympathy move in the AI sector. I know they do enterprise AI. They help companies. So technically speaking, I don't mind buying something that's pulled back that viciously and just frustrated the hell out of people. It seems like you can get better risk reward and less pain than when you buy something that's been running for 2 weeks. The pain is pretty quick, pretty established. Okay, you had orders, strategies in your orders today, logged in and they were gone. Okay, I know exactly what it is. I had to do it yesterday. Bring out my Brokerage Plus. And yesterday I added pullback to this. I'm not turning it on right now, but this was gone yesterday. And I went, oh yeah, I forgot to do what I'm supposed to do. Let me show you what that is. Make all your changes, do all the stuff, do all the things you need to do. I know intuitively it seems like you go here and save, but that doesn't cut it. What you need to do is you need to do this method. File, save layout, and that layout constitutes everything, including the settings that you made in your Brokerage Plus. So save that as your default layout. And just like I demonstrated, that strategy I popped in yesterday was there again today because you save layout. Hello, Nick. So this is my personal layout. I like this, and I'd be happy to give this as well. I was sharing my charts earlier. This is what we call a compare count window. And this gives me a quick little market pulse. The green line are stocks hitting new highs, and they come across the bottom as a ticker. The red line are stocks hitting new lows, and they come across the bottom as a ticker. So when you start to see the green separate from the red, that gives you a market internal that, the buyers are kind of outweighing the sellers in that moment. This over here is just nothing more than a short squeeze filter, just a lot of stocks that are up on the day that have high short floats. No, you don't want to save it to the cloud, Ivy. You want to save it to the computer. So saving to the cloud is this first one, but save layout, this is what starts up. So when Trade Ideas starts up, it looks to this directory and it loads your default layout. Think of the cloud as your backup. Like if you want to go put some stuff on a laptop, you would save your stuff to the cloud and then you can retrieve it from your laptop. But to save it and make it stick, you need to save it locally to your machine using the save layout function. Back to Nick. I also connected IBKR to Trade Ideas to see my portfolio. When I go to buy on a chart, nothing happens. If you've connected to Interactive Brokers and you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade live with them, well, there has to be a connection, which I think you said you had, but more so than the connection, you have to pay for API data to send and receive those orders, for them to receive the signals from us. So if you're trying to trade live through IBKR, if you haven't done so, you have to pay the API fees to Interactive Brokers so you can create that connection. Otherwise, everything's been done, simulated in-house. So there's no real one layout that I like the best. A lot of the stuff I do is just my watch list. This over here is just a major watch list of everything I have. Good point. Let me follow up on that too, what Pepe's talking about. And once you have got your brokerage plus going here, I don't like the way that looks. I'm going to open a new one. Okay, couple things on the clicking of the orders. Yeah, so follow up on that API fee, Nick, but I'll just go through a few common misconceptions or things that people overlook. I'm going to assume that let's call the Money Machine account my IBKR account. Let's just assume. So instead of that, we'll call it, okay, my account is assigned to the positions of, we'll call that IBKR, but it's Money Machine for me. Got to go down here. This is a tough one to remember. Money Machine 1. Okay, so that should also say IBKR live for you. Obviously, you'd be connected here to Interactive Brokers. Now, when we go to strategies for any one-click ordering up here, we've got to set the parameters of the buy and the sell. And what you have here are two, a long and a short. And I'm going to right click and you'll see I've got a checkbox next to them. So this is my default long buy. So any button that goes for buy is going to be involved in that, and default short. Now we go back and then we double check and edit the strategies. And then here's the third and most important one I think Pepe really was alluding to. Accounts. Notice how this part was not talking to that part. And by the way, guys, this is all the stuff that Dan hates that we're going to clean up in the new version, where you don't have to go through and link the chains and unhook this and clip that and make sure you've wound that. All this is going to be done much more easier behind the scenes. That's what we're doing. So in the trading instructions, Nick, it's very important to make sure that they're going to the right account. So as you can see, it wasn't assigned. I'm going to assign Money Machine 1. In your case, that would have said Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, save. Okay, so now we're designating that account, and we can do entry time all day, order details. This is where it gets interesting. So if you want to buy on a one-click order, you could do limit or you could do market. Either way, if you do market, you're going to get what you get. If you do limit, you can put your offset. Same with market. Actually, not market. You're going to get what you get. Risk management. So from here, you can tell any one-click order that I buy, I do want to have a trailing stop, but it's always going to be in percent or in dollars. I would just say, percent, and call it a 1.5% offset. So the order is being sent not only with a market buy, but it's also establishing your active trailing stop at 1.5%. And then you could also set a target if you wanted as well. What I like to do is, once the orders are live and you see that it was executed, you can use the chart to grab, drag, and drop your stop orders. It's much more fun to do that visually. All right, hope that helped. All right, let's see here. It's quarter till. I'll be here for another 10 minutes. I do have the developers meeting today. I pretend like I'm Chris. All right, Nick, you're welcome. And when Chris comes back, he'll be back next Monday, the 11th. He can take you to a whole deeper dive than I can. He's much more expert than I am at the whole Brokerage Plus live and simulated. All right, what's happening here in the market? Are we gonna get, doesn't feel like we want to get any challenge back up to that 5-day moving average. So we're under a little pressure here. Now, one of the things I hate to do, I could look at this AI right now and I could go, well, I've got a profit, not much, but I've got a profit. And do I want to take it or do I want to wait? Well, in my world, I like to wait for the close because it seems like when I look at this little red tick right there and I go, oh my God, I want to take some profit now before I lose it. It's midday. Seems like more often than not when I do that, within 5 minutes, I turn around and it's heading to highs by the end of the day. Therefore, for my way of portfolio culling and portfolio management, it's like weeding a garden. But I wait till the end of the day. The last 10 minutes of the day, I'm pretty locked in on every single position I have, going over the risk and the reward, and the potential, how it's closing. If it's closing under a significant moving average, then I'm probably going to sell it going into the close. But point being, when I just get a little discouraged in the moment and I punch out of something midday that's meant to be a bit more patient, I usually regret it. So I try to just turn my head and wait for this conversation of what to keep and what to sell at 10 minutes to the close. That's just another one of my rules that I've kind of figured out as a swing trader. It's going to be totally different for Barry or other day traders who are trading momentum. Okay, I shared that with you earlier, this thing down here, but notice we're getting some sell pressure. Notice this red line is turning up. We're starting to get more new lows than we're getting new highs in the moment. So it's kind of a pulse. That's why we call it the market pulse. If I pull up SPY or Q, I'm not going to be surprised to see a red tick. Yeah, there it is. Because I can kind of see it, bubbling down here under the surface. So this is a good tool. And this is really the power of trade ideas is you're not constantly hitting input, output, submit, submit, submit. You're just getting a nice fluid EKG of the market in real time. I've got to stop in this thing, by the way, this XRPI. And it's just an ETF I'm messing with. Nothing really special. The trade that's working the best for me is that UAVS drone stock. Great volume. All right. Did I miss any questions here? It looks like we're good and caught up. Now, if we start selling and taking out this low from this morning and heading for this low yesterday on the gap and heading lower, I might start peeling some things off midday that I don't like, that I haven't liked. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. Because in hindsight, the sell-off that we had in the NASDAQ, it could bounce up. They call it a dead cat bounce. We've all heard it. But if it gets caught up and can't close above where we are here at this moving average and we start to roll back down, that's kind of textbook really for a break, which we don't want to be a part of. But we're still midday. In my mind, I'm not making any long-term decisions until we get to the end of the day. All right, guys, I'll be here another 5 minutes before I got to go to the developers meeting for a break before that. And then don't forget, Dan will be here tomorrow. You can hound him with money machine questions. Tesla really in no man's land. It's really under the armpit, I would call it, the moving averages. It's got itself a little range here, 300 to 330. Barry.
When is the money machine going to start? Do I have to wait till tomorrow to ask?
No, you have to wait till tomorrow to ask. And I don't know if you're going to get the answer you like.
Oh, you know what?
But yeah.
My feeling, and when it happens, if it happens, we're going to know about it.
We're going to know about
That's
it. You
simple.
will not miss it. Yes.
We
There
will
will be
not miss
email
it,
blasts.
exactly.
There will be
Nope.
marketing announcements.
Yeah.
But I'm
You know, it's
excited because
funny,
I want
listening
to
to
apply it. Yeah. Go ahead.
oh, sorry.
I was
Listening
just
to you
saying.
talk about swing
Mhm.
trades, you know,
Yeah.
excuse me, pull up STN. STN.
This one,
Yeah.
Stantec.
Yeah. So that's my wife's company. She doesn't own
Okay.
it, but lots of shares in it. And
Uh-huh.
that's it. I mean, that is it. It's unbelievable how lucky we were in that particular stock. We were riding it
Yeah.
from like $27 years ago all the way
Yeah.
up to
Look
what
at
it is
that.
now. It's amazing, you know, and
Yeah, it is.
just a very well run company. And that's it. You know, when you talk about swing trading and pairing off this and that, maybe, you know, we just held that and held it and held it. Of course, when it's a stock employee program, they're
Yeah.
putting in 50% also. So,
Hmm.
you know, the average cost is lower than the actual price. So yeah,
No,
as
that's
Pepe
nice.
says, it's the unicorn. It is
It's
the
a
absolute unicorn.
it's a
It's
tree
been
that just grows. Yep, that's
yeah,
lovely.
unbelievable for us.
And technically speaking, it had a healthy pullback to the 50-day moving average, and it's back above on its way again. So not
Exactly.
bad.
Exactly. So, Steve, I heard you say that you have to get out of here by 5:02. So, why don't you leave now?
Yeah, I'll do so. I'll take a little break, but I'm back on Thursday. Dan will do his own stream tomorrow, but I'll come back with
Okay.
you on Thursday and Andy on Friday.
All right. So, I'll just wait for you to exit
All right.
so I can add my
Sounds
scan
good.
to this.
I'll take it away. I'll take my
Okay.
move. All right. Bye-bye.
Here we go. I'm back. Okay. And Pepe or everybody, I'm back in the main room now also.